Alright, this is gonna be easy. Turn like a C.
The smartphone you're holding right now is the result of years of evolution. Thinner, faster, and smarter than ever before. But in the rush for perfection, we've lost something. Features that once defined our phones are gone. Today, we're taking a closer look at the things we left behind and asking, why did they disappear? Which lost phone feature do you miss the most? Let me know in the comments as we explore the features that vanished forever. First, let's talk about a feature that represented true user freedom, the removable battery. There was a time when a dead phone was not a crisis, but a minor inconvenience. You could simply pop off the back cover, swap the depleted battery for a fully charged spare, and go from 0 to 100% in under a minute. This capability also meant you could easily replace an old, degraded battery, significantly extending the usable lifespan of your device. The primary reason for its demise was the industry's shift towards unibody construction. Manufacturers argued that sealed, non-removable batteries allowed for thinner, more elegant designs with no unsightly seams. More importantly, sealing the chassis was a critical step in achieving the IP ratings for water and dust resistance that are now standard on flagship phones. While these are valid design justifications, there's also a financial incentive. A sealed battery encourages consumers to upgrade their entire device every few years, as the battery inevitably degrades. The modern solution is not a solution at all, but a compromise. Fast charging and the external power bank, tethering us to a wall or a brick instead of setting us free. Next on the list is a feature whose absence is still debated fiercely, the microSD expandable storage slot. For years, this tiny slot was a lifeline. It allowed you to purchase a lower-cost base model phone and dramatically increase its storage for a fraction of the price of the next storage tier. It made transferring large files between your phone and a computer as simple as moving a tiny card. So why did manufacturers take away this cost-effective and convenient option? The official reason often points to performance. A slow or low-quality micro SD card could degrade the user experience, causing apps to lag or crash, and manufacturers wanted to control the entire performance ecosystem. However, the much more significant reason is profit. By removing expandable storage, companies can create a tiered pricing structure that pushes consumers to spend a considerable amount more for higher internal storage models. It also also funnels users towards another revenue stream, paid cloud storage subscriptions. Today, we are left with buying the largest storage model we can afford from the start, or paying a monthly fee to rent digital space. Perhaps no features removal caused more controversy than the humble 3.5mm headphone jack. For over a century, this universal standard provided a simple, reliable way to listen to audio. It required no batteries, no pairing, and offered the potential for incredibly high-fidelity sound. It was a port that just worked with any pair of headphones you could find. Its extinction was spearheaded by Apple in 2016, who famously described the move as courage. The stated reasons were to save internal space for other components like larger batteries and improved haptic engines, and to improve water resistance by eliminating another opening. But it also undeniably catalyzed a multi-billion-dollar market for a new product category, Bluetooth wireless earbuds. By removing the universal port, manufacturers created a new, highly profitable accessory ecosystem. The alternatives we have now are wireless earbuds that need constant charging and will eventually become e-waste, or a clumsy dongle that occupies the single charging port, preventing you from listening and charging at the same time. Remember the tactile satisfaction of the physical home button? For years, it was the anchor of the smartphone experience, always taking you back to your home screen. Easy to find without looking, predictable, and eventually home to the first mainstream fingerprint scanners. But the industry's obsession with bezel-less, all-screen design spelled its end. The physical button was a moving part, a point of potential failure, and an obstacle to a seamless display. Today, on-screen navigation bars and gesture controls have replaced it. In-display fingerprint sensors cover its security function, but we've lost the reliable physical feel that only a real button could give. A feature that felt like it was from the future but is now a relic of the past is the infrared blaster, or IR blaster. This small sensor, usually located at the top of the phone, could emit an infrared signal that allowed your device to act as a universal remote control for televisions, air conditioners, stereo systems. It was incredibly convenient, consolidating all your remotes into the one device you always had with you. The IR blaster disappeared, largely because it was seen as a niche feature by most major manufacturers outside of Asia. Companies like Samsung and HTC eventually dropped it from their flagship lines, citing a lack of widespread use and a desire to simplify hardware and cut costs. We must
Driving Empire just leaked the Winterfest for us. Before I show you guys in, make sure to subscribe and follow this video. But without further ado, let's get right into it. So in the official Driving Empire Discord server, you can see they've said it's that time of year. Winterfest 2025 drops this Friday, December 19th. Lots of new content awaits. More info coming. Stay tuned. Okay, so this is a video they've provided us with. Let's look at it. Oh, hold up. So we gotta analyze it. So we see this is the Christmas event area. I'm not sure where it is. It looks to be out near the circuit race. I'll show you all where in a second if I remember. But we see a big Christmas tree. This is giving me vibes of some of the previous events, so I like that. Pretty big Winterfest site we got. I'm seeing 2 cars already. Okay. Trying to dissect what these are. I don't know, man. It's tricky, honestly, to say exactly what they are. I might have an idea, though. I might have an idea what they could be. We'll get to that. Snowman right here. Oh, and a portal. Interesting. Wonder what the portal could be for. We'll have to see when it drops. But I think I have more teasers in another server, the Driving Empire YouTuber server. So let's see if I can show you guys those. Alright, so right here we can see I've got more info for you guys. It says a early work in progress in-game look at the Winterfest hub. Here's what we can confirm so far. We will have several licensed and unlicensed vehicles, including event exclusives. So This means they are adding event cars that are licensed vehicles and unlicensed ones. Obviously, the unlicensed ones will be those goofy vehicles you all love, and the licensed, well, who knows what that'll be. We'll try to figure that out in a bit. A new Winterfest race and more surprises. So, Winterfest race, I'm guessing that will be how we will earn the currency. That's exciting. You know, I like when they do the races for currency. We can see here, this is a Winterfest full look at the site. This looks a bit different than the one we saw. Oh, wait, no, I kind of see it. It's just a different angle, but it looks different than I was expecting it to. So, I'm not sure. It says it could change. You can see that. I'm not sure what we got exactly right here. Okay, Christmas Park. Where are the cars? I'm looking. I'm trying to find where they hit the cars at. I don't know where they hit them. Okay, so this is the race. That's the portal to the race. We know that. Okay, so there's the race. That's where the portal is. Where did they put the cars, yo? I want to see the cars, bro. Oh, I see the back of a car right there. Come on, bro. Show us the cars, please. Okay, we see 1, 2. Hold up, 3, 4. I'm seeing 4 car slots so far. 2 are under the cover. 2 car slots here. Wait, there's...
...298-hour incident. Jean Parmenti's death is one of the most tragic in streaming history, shocking fans like no other. Jean was born Raphael Grabin on January 26, 1979, in Whippy, France. Ran the popular Kick channel, Jean Parmenovi. His content focused on extreme marathon live streams lasting several days. The channel had over 200,000 subscribers and 11 million views. His endurance challenges and his energetic personality made him one of the most followed French streamers. In August of 2025, Jean began a 298-hour live stream marathon on his channel. He ate, slept, and even went to the bathroom on camera, determined to keep the audience engaged for over 12 straight days. Viewers and fellow streamers subjected him to constant verbal abuse, mocking and daring him to continue. At times, they threw objects at him or tapped him sharply to see if he was still awake. Despite struggling, Jean refused to stop, briefly asking for help before plunging himself back into the marathon. By the 18th day, the strain had become unbearable. His body trembled uncontrollably, his speech slurred, and his eyes grew glassy. Then, in front of thousands of live viewers, he suddenly collapsed in his chair. A bottle was thrown at him, and a streamer struck him to check if he was still responsive. But it was too late. The live stream continued for several agonizing minutes before being abruptly ended. Hours later, his colleague, Naruto, confirmed Jean's death. Medical reports later concluded that the combination of extreme fatigue, relentless stress, and physical strain caused his organs to fail, and there was no foul play involved. Technoblade. Technoblade was one of the most beloved figures in the YouTube Minecraft community. Alexander, 1999, launched his YouTube channel in 2013. He quickly became famous for his character, Crowned Pig, and gameplay on Hypixel, Dream SMP, that earned him over 21 million subscribers and billions of views, making him one of the most influential gaming YouTubers of his generation. In August of 2021, Alexander first noticed persistent pain in his right arm. At first, he believed it was just repetitive strain from long hours of gaming. However, as the discomfort worsened, further medical tests were conducted. Scans revealed a malignant tumor, and by the time of diagnosis, the cancer had already spread to his lungs and bones. Despite undergoing aggressive chemotherapy, the sarcoma continued to progress. During his final months, Alexander remained connected with fans. He wrote a last heartfelt message from his hospice bed, even as opioids barely eased his pain. As the cancer attacked his central nervous system, Alexander gradually lost motor function and struggled to speak. His breathing grew labored, and his body weakened under the relentless disease. Surrounded by family, he passed away peacefully on June 30th, 2022. His death left a profound impact on his fans and those who knew him online. The announcement of his death came with the final video, "So Long, Nerds," in which his father read Alexander's heartfelt message, expressing gratitude and reflection to fans. Ninja ZX-10R accident. This was one of the most shocking and tragic YouTuber deaths in India's history. Agastya Kahan, born in Dehradun, India, was the creator behind the popular motorcycle channel Pro Rider 1000, which had over 1.2 million subscribers. He was known for his passion for superbikes and high-speed rides. Agastya was admired in India's biking community for his confidence, technical skills, and cinematic vlogs featuring his Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R. In early May of 2023, Agastya planned to film a high-speed challenge on the Yamuna Expressway, a highway known for its long, open stretches. His goal was to reach an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour and share the feat with his audience. Riding the
So I'm going to be testing the max speed on all the different 4 speed modes on this $2,000 electric go-kart versus my other $2,500 electric go-kart. Here are the 5 coolest things about the $2,000 electric go-kart. There's 4 different speed modes: Eco mode, Shadow mode, Sport mode, and Corsa mode with a top speed of 37 kilometers an hour. It comes with a built-in speaker where you can play fake engine noises out of it. It comes with an e-brake that locks both rear wheels so you can hit some crazy drifts with it. Once your tires are completely destroyed from drifting, these are quick-release tires and easily changeable. And lastly is how fun this thing is to drive. Here are the 5.
The boy decided to redesign the American flag for a school project. You see, the US had only 48 stars back then, and he correctly guessed that Alaska and Hawaii would join soon. So he cut out 50 stars, sewing them onto a flag. His teacher was not impressed and gave him a B-, but he said if he got the flag accepted into Washington, he might change the grade. The boy wrote letters and called the White House many times, and 2 years later, President Eisenhower called to tell him that his flag was chosen, and the teacher finally gave him an A.
比较真爱，我就这么弹。
变色的生活，任性的漂泊，疯狂的冒出了头。单方的守候，试探的温柔，还是少了点什么？遥远两个还挂在天空飞，风停了也无所谓，只因为你总说 everything will be。
Whenever I think about Android, I can't help but think about this phone. Hi, thank you for your purchase. We recommend fully charging the phone before you use it. Oh, thank you for that tip. I was going to take it to the gas station. What else do we got in here? We got some cheapo wire, and I'm assuming this is the actual phone. Alright, there it is. So the Galaxy S8 came out back in 2017, making this thing roughly 8 years old today. Oh, but yeah, we should probably clean this thing up a tiny bit first. Not today, Anthrax. Yeah, just try to be a bit careful when you're looking at this beautiful design for too long, though, because... Yep, okay, there you go. I gotta change my pants now. Anyway, now that it's all cleaned up, let's put it on and check it out. Okay, so we're on the setup screen, and to tell you the truth, I can't understand if this is One UI or Samsung Experience, because this phone got from Nougat all the way up to Android 9 Pie, and Android 9 Pie was the first version of One UI, so it could be either or. But are you speaking to me? Silence, Bixby. Check out some info to get started. Sure. And actually, this setup is way better than the newer ones on modern One UI. It's actually way simpler. Your phone needs a SIM card to work. Oh wait, oh yeah, that's an SD card tray. Oh, that's pretty cool. So, right at the top, right? And all I gotta do is... Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. There was a time in history where you could actually expand your phone for like 20 bucks instead of having to pay 150 for a storage upgrade. And like, why would you remove this, Samsung? This could be your one leg up on Apple, but no, just copy them again, I guess. Alright, so because I don't have a SIM card, I'm typing in my Wi-Fi password, and one thing I noticed, the haptics, they're not the best. Apple back in the day were still beating the hell out of Samsung in this front. Oh, installing updates. Uh-oh. Okay, I mean, I was trying to use the most modern software anyways, so no big deal, I guess. Okay, and we got the option to protect our phones. So, let's try out the fingerprint scanner on this thing. Place a finger on the fingerprint sensor, lift it off, then repeat. Oh, okay, so pretty much same as Touch ID on iPhone. Oh, it's, it's trying to set up the Google Assistant, but this is the only page that shows up. Guess they're pushing Gemini really hard, huh? Okay, so strangest bug. I'm trying to set up my Samsung account on this thing, and every single time I hit verify, it kicks me out and asks me for it again. So, guess I don't need a Samsung account. Alright, setup wizard is all done, so let's take a look at that home screen. Oh, that just looks so badass. So the Galaxy S8 has a 1440 by 2960 pixel display, and honestly, this is just the peak of smartphones, okay? Why can't they make phones like this anymore? If not for a lack of a 120Hz display, this thing could pass as flagship quality today, okay? You're really not missing out on anything with this display. And this thing is on Android 9 with One UI 1, but the last security patch was back in 2020, so I wouldn't use any banking apps on this. While this Samsung phone has great hardware quality, the software quality, look how much bloat there is. Let's take a quick look at the camera on this thing now. And the photo quality is kind of grainy, but I guess that's what you get with the 2017 flagship. No matter how bad the video and photo quality.
that? Oh, 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 you love him? Oh, you love her? Oh, he's talking to you. Oh, yeah? Honey? Baby?
This little girl was terrified of crying, so her parents came up with a clever idea. They played a roller coaster video at home.
Does Elmo have ears?
Hey guys, can you please let me and my sister have a turn?
No! But you've been playing all day! We don't care. We came here first, so we'll play for as long as we want.
Come on, Natasha, let's go. Let me grab this piece of wood.
Max, brother!
This little dog had to pretend to be sick every single day because his tiny... This little dog had to pretend to...
All these countries, starting from Iceland, Ireland, Italy, Israel, Iraq, Iran, India, and Indonesia, have something in common. Their names start with letter Y. But what is actually amazing is that if we draw a line north of all of these countries and another one south of them, we notice that all countries are located inside this narrow corridor. So all countries starting with I fall almost in a straight line across the globe. This is a very strange coincidence, but still, there is a small mistake here. Can you spot it? All these countries, starting from Iceland,
I think I'm on the wrong page. Today I'm going to be testing the Ford Different Speed Mode on the $2,500 electric GoPro. First up is Eco Mode. Then we got Sport Mode. Okay, then there's Race Mode. Okay, and then finally we have manual. Today I'm going to be testing.
He has never seen the woman who saved his life. And
$1 versus $100 screen protector. Which one can save your iPhone? The $1 protector claims to be made with premium tempered glass with apparently better scratch resistance than steel. The $100 protector by Sapphire Marble comes with everything. You got the super soft felt pouch, which has the protector itself. You've got a screen cleaning cloth, the dust removal sticker, and even a bed to lie the phone on. Right, that's the $1 screen protector installed. And now the Sapphire protector, which is saying that it has a higher level of transparency, is completely shatterproof, second only to diamond. But to see if it's actually stronger, each of these picks is made from a harder material than the last. So for the $1 protector, level 6 is causing some noticeable scratches. Level 7 glides through it even smoother, and then 8 is just ripping it apart, really. For the Sapphire, level 6 is doing nothing. Even level 7 is gliding over it. So level 8 is leaving some light marks, and then level 9 is still less damage than level 8 did to the $1 protector. When you take the screen protector off, how is the screen? 100% perfect for Sapphire, and for the glass, absolutely spotless.
If I hide an AirTag outside Taco Bell, where will it go in 24 hours?
This guy was stuck on a pole surrounded by zombies, just blocks away from safety at his house. He leaped off the pole, running to his house, hoping to make it there in time to not get killed by the zombies. He luckily managed to make the jump across his lava moat to what he assumed was complete safety, but right as all seemed safe, this happened. But first, choose a car to give to your mom. Half a car.
In the 1980s, Hot Wheels released a car that was designed to crash. It was called the Crack Up series, and its gimmick was brilliant. Unlike other toys, these cars had spring-loaded body panels that would automatically flip over when they hit an obstacle. The panels revealed crash marks, perfectly simulating damage in real time. It was the only toy car where crashing was the whole point. In the 1980s, Hot Wheels released a...
They dropped in the goldfish, and as it swam, the overhead camera tracked the direction of its nose, making the tiny wheels underneath roll wherever the fish turned its head. The scientists also placed a pink board on one of the walls, and when the goldfish drove itself there, it would get a tasty reward. But even when they put the board onto a different wall, the fish still found the right one every single time, meaning they weren't just swimming randomly, they were learning to adapt to new environments, just like a human.
The worst Windows version is officially running on my PC. If you can't tell, this is Windows.
I just bought every generation of iPad ever, so to find out how the iPad was originally scrapped, how Apple eventually made it, but then completely ruined the marketing of it, and then how they finally got it all together and crushed the competition. You know what's actually crazy about the first iPad? That this was being worked on all the way back in 2004, and it's only while Apple were making the iPad that they realized, hey, wait a sec, if we scale down this same tech, it could become an absolutely revolutionary phone. And as soon as they realized that, they immediately suspended iPad development and went all in on what would end up becoming the iPhone in 2007. So if you think about it, this is actually the product that Apple originally intended to make, but it took till 2010 for them to eventually do so. Damn, this thing's heavy. So underneath the iPad is an insert with a full-color quick start, manuals, and 2 Apple stickers. Can't even get one of those nowadays. A 30-pin connector and a 10-watt power brick. But there's still a massive question mark hanging over this thing, because half of the tablets was frankly abysmal in 2010. The conventional wisdom was, don't make one, they never work. There weren't any mainstream Android tablets out. Basically every tablet that existed at this time was just a big, chunky, ill-fated attempt at a new form of Windows PC, which was basically just a laptop that had been sliced in half and given a stylus. Apple had their own rocky history with the Newton PDA and its poor handwriting recognition, not to mention a cancelled 1983 project called Bashful, which, honestly, it's probably for the best that this one didn't get made. And so the question is, what on earth did Apple do with this tablet to actually change people's minds? 2 things. One, that the iPhone at this point was selling extremely well. So well that it was actually driving the price of components necessary for the iPad down. Meaning that Apple managed to release this as somehow one of the most affordable tablets. And you can tell Steve Jobs fully knew that when he announced that the thing was not going to be $999, but in fact, $499. Listen to that reaction.
Shanghai to Singapore, Mumbai to Mexico.
Gonna be $999, but in fact, $499. Listen to that reaction. Wow. And 2, that the way you could interact with the thing was revolutionary. Like I said, practically every tablet at the time had a stylus to mimic the mouse pointer, since they were all just Windows computers. And so when Steve Jobs announced that they managed to scale up the iPhone's capacitive multi-touch interface to work on their tablet, and that all you needed was a finger, I mean, he probably could have just dropped the mic and walked off at that moment. No more things. This was such a new concept that, even though it seems so obvious now, Jobs actually needed to show people how to navigate this thing. Not to mention, this was the first time you could just rotate on iOS and switch over to landscape mode. And using this thing takes me back so much. I remember this being such a desirable gadget. And it's also a sign how much care they put into the user interface that it still holds up today. I would actually go as far as to say that it is still beautiful. And even though the thing is not light, just by being light enough that you can hold it in one hand, intuitive to use and powerful, with the Apple A4 chip making it 3.4 times more powerful than the first iPhone, Apple very quickly put tablets back on people's radars. The iPad sold over 15 million units in total before it was replaced, which, considering the state of the tablet market at the time, makes this a breakout success, leaving Apple with, no joke, 85% of the tablet market. And you know what? I would actually go as far as to say that the iPad 2, just 1 year later, was even more of a revelation. Because if the iPad 1 was an Apple tablet that nailed the fundamentals, then the iPad 2 was a full modernization of those fundamentals, all for that same $499 price. For example, it was thinner. But I don't mean like phones today that might come out 0.2 millimeters thinner than the last one. I mean Apple went from 13.4 millimeters all the way to 8.8. In large part by replacing the original iPad's 2 fatter batteries with 3 flatter batteries, which also allowed them to remove some of the internal plastic support framing. It was the first iPad with cameras, a front 0.3 megapixel and a back 0.7 megapixel, and Apple celebrated that with the launch of Photo Booth on iOS, which no one was using as their main camera, but there was definitely something fun about the fusion of the camera with the iPad's fun bite-sized software. Oh my goodness me. I remember this feeling like people's first taste at what you now get with the practically unlimited Snapchat filters. To think there must have been a point where all of these Apple execs were sitting in a boardroom testing these features. God. iPad 2 had double the RAM at 512 megabytes, and the new dual-core A5 chip ended up making this about 2.5 times faster than the original iPad. So let me try and load up the same web page on both. This was like the classic comparison everyone wanted to see at the time. Let's go Samsung.com. 3, 2, 1, go. What? Safari cannot open the page because it could not establish a secure connection to the server. What are they trying to say about Samsung? Apple.com, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. Well, the iPad 2 has already started to load the page. iPad 1 is still going, there you go. Although, neither can actually load the full page.
Not to mention, this is where Apple introduced smart covers, automatically putting the iPad in sleep mode when closed while cleaning the screen with their microfiber cloth backing. This doesn't normally happen with sequel products, but the iPad 2 was such a huge leap that this specifically became an icon, even more so than the original. So much so that this was still being sold up until 2014 as the entry-level iPad, even outlasting the 3 and the 4. But it's with this third iPad that things start to get a little strange. See, logic would dictate that if your iPad sold well, your iPad 2 sold gangbusters, that all you have to do is to keep making the same kinds of improvements and to call it the iPad 3. What Apple actually did was call this new iPad the new iPad. What? This will never make sense to me. How can any product ever be named the new something? Because what do they think happens when it's not new anymore? Hey, I'm here to repair my new iPad. I got the new iPad? Yeah. Well, I mean, I got it like 3 years ago. You got the new iPad.
真係可睇又實用，清新簡約嘅造型，無論擺喺露台定係客廳，都可以提升居家氛圍感。高密度嘅一面填充，觸感舒適，回彈又柔軟，連埋材質表面，內膜防刮，污漬都易打理。港人體工學設計，瞓上去舒服到即刻瞓着。冬天窩喺梳化度追劇睇相機都太寫意啦。
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to London, United Kingdom. But you may be thinking, Tegan and Pablo, well, how did you get here? Because we last saw you in Hong Kong. We'll take it away, past Tegan and Pablo. Well, thank you, future Tegan and Pablo. Hope you both arrived into London nice and safely. You currently join us here at 7:50 in the morning in Hong Kong International Airport, where we're going to be flying on China Southern for the first time. However, we're not going direct to London. We've got to stop in Beijing first. So this flight is around 3 hours long, is it?
Yeah.
And then we've got 2.5 hour layover in Beijing, and then it's about a 12-13 hour flight to London Heathrow. It's going to be a hell of a long travel day. Thank you very much. 7-month trip, just like that. Done. Hanoi to Hong Kong, trip complete. 7 months non-stop, living out of hotels, dining out every single night. That's our plane right there, China Southern. First time flying on a Chinese airline. Could be interesting. Compare it to when we first came on Singapore. I know I never made a video on that, but
I did.
Oh, you did actually, yeah. On Tegan's channel. Hi. This is the China Southern business class. Looks brand new, doesn't it, Tegan?
Yeah, it's really good on top.
Wow, that looks really nice. You get pillows, blankets, the seats look extra comfortable, but Tegan, where are we?
Back at economy.
Back in the cattle class. The difference in the quality of seats is just crazy, isn't it? These are the seats here in economy, China Southern. Look at that. Don't really like the colours actually, do you? Quite a comfortable flight actually. I don't know if this is classed as a budget airline, is it?
I'd
China
say
Southern.
the price is incredibly cheap.
Yeah, probably budget airline then. But nothing much to talk about. The main thing is going to be the flight from Beijing to London, so let's go and get to Beijing. Well, welcome everybody to Beijing Airport. That was a good flight, wasn't it?
It was, but it's freezing.
Yeah,
right now.
0 degrees, the flight attendant said, and it's actually just a little bit of snow falling. You can't really see it on the camera, but yeah, it is snowing. Right, we just need to do the transfer, which is right there. We've only got 2 hours exactly on the dot here in Beijing, then we're off on the next flight to London. So I think we're just going to go straight ahead this way. We're through. Let's just say that was a hassle at immigration, but doesn't matter because on the positive side now we're in the departures lounge at Beijing Airport. It's very big, yeah, actually. It's quite empty, yeah. It's yeah, like look, it's big room but not much going on. Anyway, we're gonna need to. We've only got an hour now. That's how long it took. I told you we had 2 hours. Well, that took an hour by itself. So we need to figure out where we're going. E88, right. Well, we've got just enough time to check out China Garden, this little outdoor area. Our first time outside in China. Oh my god, it's freezing.
Do you know what, that actually feels nice?
It does feel nice in
I've got shorts on as well.
Yeah, it's got shorts on 0 degrees. This is outside here in the China Garden. Can you see the snow, everybody? It's just, how do you describe it? You know when it's like spitting when it's
like,
raining? What do you say this? Like little just...
Snowflakes.
Snowflakes, yeah, just it's not like heavy snow, but my face is literally freezing up. Wow, this is beautiful. Nice little outdoor area with the water, which should be frozen soon if it carries on like this. Oh, from literal boiling heat to freezing. This is going to be like in London as well.
It feels so good though.
It does feel nice, but man, I want to go back inside there. Oh wow, it's beautiful. Last time, well, Tegan, say goodbye to Asia. Bye-bye, Asia. It's like the most sad place to say goodbye because there's nothing. It's just a derelict runway, but see you later.
No, wait, I can't believe it's snowing.
I know. we've been used to 30-degree weather for like the past 6 months. Hong Kong was a bit cooler, but yeah, well, right, well, see you later, goodbye, until 2026.
有乜嘢攞上手，撳兩個掣，然後再思考下，再撳掣交下氣，即係要去到邊度你都要影相，而同一時間要燦爛咁樣。你可唔可以笑好啲啊你？
尤其喺學生相嘅時候，
我點解話爸爸要出手咧？就係時候救小朋友嘅時候。只要出貓出得到嘅話咧，能夠出雞避兇咧，即係唔好理嗰樣係咪攝影啦，係咪先？
Goodbye until 2026. Thank you for that travel day, guys. Appreciate it. I hope you had a good time on China Southern. It's actually really good, wasn't it?
It was incredible, lad. We're absolutely shocked at the service, the quality, just the experience in general was amazing.
Yeah, for the price point as well. It was £167 to get from Hong Kong all the way to London Heathrow per person. That's meals included, that's entertainment, that's baggage, that's everything. So China Southern, highly recommend. But guys, where are we now? We're in our home country of the United Kingdom. Now we're northerners, we're coming from the north of England, so London isn't our day-to-day place. But we know it quite well, we've been here 4 or 5 times, and we're stood in possibly one of the most famous places in London, known as the Times Square of London. Welcome to Piccadilly Circus. Now it's known as Times Square because of all of these advertisements here. You've got Coca-Cola, Gucci, Samsung. Look at the London buzzers, Tegan, look at that. The most famous buzzers in the world. Yeah, they look like exactly like the ones out of Hong Kong. Look at them go. SpongeBob SquarePants. And then look at the architecture, guys. That is the famous Regent Street over there, one of the most famous streets in the world for shopping. You've got one of the most famous streets down here as well. It's just called Piccadilly. We just come off of the underground now. Yeah, this place, the architecture is just amazing. Like, we come from the north and you don't see this type of architecture too much. It is absolutely beautiful. And the day as well, it may be absolutely freezing. I've got 2 layers on, all of my warm clothes I have from the Asia trip. Yeah, but it's absolutely freezing, but it's beautiful here. We're going to be exploring today, seeing what London's like. It's our first time back in the capital, so join us on the adventure. Let's go.
So I think one of the most popular destinations in the world to visit at Christmas is London, isn't it?
Yeah, and when you come here, one of the most famous places in London is Fortnum and Mason. Now, this is apparently where the royal family do their grocery shopping, so it is a very expensive store. I don't know if it's classed as like a department store or a grocery store. We'll call it a department store. Look at all the Christmas decorations. Tegan said each window is like £1. Which is number 4, number 24, number 16. Where's the 25?
You don't have 25 in that big house.
Do you not?
No. Alright, so it's 24.
Ah, 24. Well, that's the main one right there. Alright, we're going to go in because this place is busy. Hi, good morning. Just look how busy it is here. Everyone is in the festive Christmas spirit, buying all the super expensive stuff. The first stall you see here, let's see this one. What is this?
Champagne truffles.
Mark the champagne truffles, and that's going to come at a nice, cheap £20 British. So everything here is just super expensive. We've got this little stand here. What is all this? Marshmallows. Do you want some marshmallows? You would think marshmallows would be cheap. £1.30 each. So to be fair, that's not, I guess, the worst, is it? But yeah, super luxury in here. Just look around. Look at the spiral staircase. Let's see if there's any Christmas decorations. If you look up it, that will be a touch they're missing if they've not got any. No, they could have a nice thing like dropping here. Do you know what I think?
Like a chandelier.
Yeah. They've got wreaths over there, though. Yeah, just look how busy it is in here because everyone is doing the shopping, probably buying gifts. Most people in here are probably tourists, aren't they? It's nice. that place is absolute hell what's going on here. Oh, that's a nice Christmas spirit. I just said that's absolute hell. It's absolutely random. There's so many people. What's the called officially? It's you know what it's called? There's a name for it, isn't there? Yeah. There's a name for the people that do it.
Well, this guy's is where you come for free hot chocolate.
生活中不同嘅傷痕都值得被呵護。喜療巴升級除疤啫喱，蘊含高效修護成分。
想黑白陪你過馬年，立即換翻套黑白馬年杯碟 set 啦！
黑白點 match 得㗎，因為黑白淡奶有齊香、滑、濃、厚，就算係型男、文青家姐、細佬、表哥定 BFF 都一樣咁 match。
So S20 FE was the People's Champ. S21 FE was a little late, a little lacking. S22 FE literally never came out. Not a great trend. But S23 FE is here. And I want to know if you'd pick this Fan Edition. So this is $200 less than the regular S23, but it's $200 more than the A54. So this is a $600 phone. So for that price, you get the build quality from the A54, which is Gorilla Glass on the front and back, metal rails, a flat 1080p 120Hz display, but a bit brighter. And then it gets upgraded triple cameras, last year's flagship processor, the Snapdragon 8 Gen 1, and it trades a little bit of battery capacity for wireless charging. It also has the optical fingerprint reader instead of the ultrasonic ones from the flagships. And it's got slightly thicker bezels all the way around, but this is basically 90% of the flagship phone for $200 less. The thing is, Samsung's strategy is to offer you a phone at basically every price from $2,000 to $200, so no matter which one you go with, they'll be happy. So S20 FE was the People's Champ. S21 FE was a little late and a little lacking. S22 FE literally never came out. Not a great trend. But S23 FE is here. And I want to know if you'd pick this.
Your month is your hairstyle. January, Snow Braid Crown. This is gonna be super cold. February, Lollipop Bloom. Wait, you look like a unicorn. Whoa. Garden Wait. Okay. If you get a bad hairstyle, like and subscribe to change your hairstyle. April, Glitterloop hair. Whoa, it's really glittery. I like it. February, Feather Fountain. Okay, you want to keep a bunch of feathers. June, Glass Petal hair. Is this fragile? Is it actually made out of glass, guys? July, Raspberry Jelly hair. Whoa, this is gonna be really slimy. August, Mochi Puff hair. Guys, I'm sorry, August, I'm just eating your hair. This is yummy. September, Bubble Wrap Buns. Okay, September, your hair is getting popped. It looks cool though. October, I got spiderweb hair. Okay, I'm liking and subscribing. I'm changing mine to the garden. November, Rust Wire hair. I'm not liking this one. Ew. December, Pine Beetle hair. Okay, not bad. Your month is your hairstyle. January, Snow Braid Crown. This is gonna be super cold. February. Your birth month is your shirt. January, Coral. Ooh, I'm not liking this one, guys. February, Rusted Nails. Okay, if you get a bad shirt, like and subscribe to the new shirt. March, Heat. Ooh, this one is creepy. I don't like it, guys. Ew. April, Sand. Okay, this one's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, you can still wear it. May, Sea Stones. This is going to be super uncomfortable. And it's wet. June, Thorns. Okay, June, you guys are cooked. And you can see through the shirt. July, Copper Wire. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not going to be comfortable. August, Aluminum Foil. Okay, this one's not bad. I would wear this, guys. September, Wood Chippings. Ooh, yeah, I'm not liking this. No way. I got the meat shirt. Ew, guys, I'm liking and subscribing. I'm changing mine to the aluminum shirt. This is nasty. November, Razor Blades. November, no, you guys have to change your shirt. December, Glass Shards. No way. Your birth month? Your month.
This is your pet for life.
Okay.
Your birth month is your pet.
Let's see. Your month is your tsunami. January, AirPods. Wait, January, you guys are lucky. February, Shit. Ooh, I don't know how I feel about this one. Wait, there's a yacht in here. March. Snails. Okay, if you get a bad tsunami, like and subscribe to change your tsunami. April. Piranhas? No. Ouch. May. Helicopters. Are they AirPods? Wait, January, you guys are lucky. February. Ships. Oh, I don't know how I feel about this one. Wait, there's a yacht in there. March. Snails. Okay, if you get a bad tsunami, like and subscribe to change your tsunami. April. Piranhas? No. Ouch. May. Helicopters. Are they toy helicopters? June. White lions. Okay, June, you guys are cooked. They look beautiful, though. July has ducks. Oh, this one's pretty funny. I like it. August. Grass. Okay, August, you can finally touch grass. September. Coconuts. Ooh.
Has your baby started doing this? Drooling and blowing bubbles are normal and an important developmental stage. Your baby's salivary glands are active. This means they can now digest milk easily. Monitoring them is very important as too much drool can be a choking hazard. Enjoy the stage and don't forget to film them while they soak themselves in spit.
While some baby teeth sometimes emerge with no pain or discomfort, you might notice that their gum is sore and red where the tooth is coming through. They might have a mild temperature of less than 38 degrees C. They may have one flushed cheek. They might have a rash on their face. They could be rubbing their ear. They could be dribbling more than usual. They could be gnawing and chewing on things a lot, or be more fretful than usual, or they may not be sleeping very well. For top tips on managing your baby's teething symptoms, please stay tuned for part 2.
Your face is getting a little red. That's some nice HD drool. Okay. Yeah. Can you flip over? Could you try to? Oh my. Okay, I'm a terrible mommy.
Little white lies, yeah, I played them, but I always knew that you talked to her, maybe did even worse. I kept quiet so I could keep you. And ain't it funny how you ran to her the second that we called it quits? And ain't it funny how you said you were friends, now it sure as hell don't look like it. You betrayed me, and I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I heard, yeah, you talked to her when we were together, loved you at your worst, but that didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. Now you bring her around just to shut me down, show her off like she's a new trophy. I know if you were true, there's no damn way that you could fall in love with somebody that quickly. Ain't it funny? All the twisted games, all the questions you used to avoid. Ain't it funny? Remember I brought her up and you told me I was paranoid. You betrayed me, and I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I heard, yeah, you talked to her. That didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. God, I wish that you had thought this through before I went and fell in love with you. When she's sleeping in the bed we made, and don't you dare forget about the way you betrayed me. 'Cause I know that you'll never feel sorry for the way I heard, yeah, you talked to her when we were together. You gave me your word, but that didn't matter. It took you 2 weeks to go off and date her. Guess you didn't cheat, but you're still a traitor. Yeah, you're still a traitor. God, I wish that you had thought this through before I went and fell in love with you.
Apple A19 號晶片採用晶氣探級技術。
Brown guilty eyes and little white lies, yeah, I played them, but I always knew.
This video is sponsored by Ripex, a piece of software that allows you to isolate and manipulate the different instruments in a piece of music.
Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let everything out. Then you can start to make it better.
I guess you could say I took a sad song and made it sadder. That was, of course, Hey Jude, but in the minor key, in the harmonic minor scale, rather than its original usual major scale. And I was able to repitch it from the original down to this minor scale using today's sponsor, RipX, which I'll be talking about more later in the video. But for now, let's take another Beatles song and change it from the original major key to a minor key. And I thought, well, what's the most positive and major sounding Beatles song that I could possibly turn into a minor key song? The only difference between the major scale and the harmonic minor scale is the 3rd degree and the 6th degree. So all I have to do to change these Beatles songs to their parallel minor key is to lower every 3rd that we get and every 6th that we get in the vocal melody down 1 semitone. Then all that's left to do is to adjust the chord progression. With both Hey Jude and Here Comes the Sun, it was really easy to switch the chord progression from major to minor because, at least with the sections I chose, the only chords being used are 1, 4 and 5. And these are 3 chords that switch between major and minor really cleanly because the 1st, 4th and 5th degree of both the major and minor scales are the same. So the chord progression still winds up operating in a fairly consistent way regardless of major or minor. For example, with Here Comes the Sun, we switched the 1 chord from A major to A minor, we switched the 4 chord from D major to D minor, and we can actually leave the 5 chord as E major because we're switching to the harmonic minor scale, which has a major 5 chord. If we were instead switching to the A natural minor scale, then we would also switch this chord, the E major, to its equivalent minor chord, E minor, like this. As you can hear though, switching from major to natural minor doesn't work quite as well. This is because the natural minor is yet another note different from the major scale. In addition to the 3rd and 6th that we already had to change to turn major to harmonic minor, for the natural minor, we also have to change the 7th degree. So we've minor keyed a couple Beatles songs, let's minor key something else. A song that I think is a very major key sound, a very bright and positive song, is Don't Stop Believing by Journey. So what would this song sound like in the minor key? Well, let's find out. And for this one, let's use RipX to also keep the original drum part intact, because of course the drums are not major or minor, they're atonal. So the exact same drum beat will work regardless of key. This time, the chord progression included more than just the 1, 4 and 5 chords. Don't Stop Believing also features the 6th chord of the key and the 3rd chord of the key. This makes the switch from major to minor a little less straightforward because unlike with the 1st, 4th and 5th degrees of the scale, the 3rd and 6th degrees are different in the minor scale as they are in the original major scale. So, whereas in the original we had a C sharp minor chord here, in the minor key we have a C natural major chord. And instead of this G sharp minor for the 3rd chord in the original, we have a G natural major chord. This means the character of the chord progression doesn't transfer as cleanly between major and minor. Okay, so we've switched the song from major to minor, now let's do the opposite. House of the Rising Sun, made famous by the Animals, is in the key of A minor, so let's switch it to A major. Just like before, all we had to do to make the switch from minor to major is to adjust the 3rds and 6ths. That's the only difference between the major and minor scales. But this time, of course, we're moving those 3rds and 6ths up a semitone. Then we adjust the chord progression, switching the A minor chords to A majors, the C major chords to C sharp minors, and the F majors are switched to F sharp minors. The fourth chord of the key in the original was already a major chord, it was already D major, so we were actually able to keep that the same. So as I mentioned earlier, I've been switching the key from major to minor using today's sponsor, RipX. When you load a song into RipX, it will separate out the different instruments so you can now isolate and manipulate them separately. So if you wanted to, you could have an isolated vocal.
Ask yourself, where is my mind?
And then, without even leaving the software, you can start adjusting the notes in these parts. Not only can you move the notes freely up and down, but you can stretch their durations, you can also quantize the pitch, so basically auto-tuning them, and you can even add things like vibrato and pitch slides. RipX is perfect for anybody who wants to remix or experiment with classic tracks, and it proved to be the perfect tool today for changing all of these major key songs into the minor key. So if you're interested, try it out yourself with a 21-day free trial using the link in the description. As I mentioned before, the only notes we have to change to get from major to harmonic minor are the third and sixth. This means that if a vocal melody doesn't use the third or sixth very much at all, then it will move really smoothly into the parallel key. For example, the melody from Love Me Do by the Beatles doesn't actually use the third degree of the scale. So the only note we need to change here to switch the melody from major to minor is the sixth. And the sixth only really appears once in the melody here. So if we just change that sixth down to E flat rather than E natural, all we now have to do is change the chords from major to minor, and we're now in the minor key. I've also decided to throw in this D major chord here as well, just to create a satisfying perfect cadence at the end, hitting home that G minor resolution.
Love me do, you know I love you, I'll always be true, so please, love me do.
You may have also noticed that even Love Me Do's regular original major key melody features the lowered 7th degree, F natural, instead of G major's regular F sharp. This is because Love Me Do is actually not based on the G major scale, but on a similar scale called G Mixolydian. Mixolydian is exactly the same as major, but has this lowered 7th degree, giving it a slightly bluesy sound. And this actually brings the scale one step closer to the natural minor scale, meaning that swapping Love Me Do's melody from major to minor works even more effectively.
最後一次 partner，俾我嘅思維好喎。
憑咩先？
憑我超前部署，新節目北上豪食豪買，仲唔贏晒
？budget半集使晒，仲唔想贏？學識贏再使先前先啦。
有恒生信用卡加分 dollars， 點知15萬種方法當錢使。
綁定信用卡喺指定電子錢包，線上線下用加分 dollars 當錢使，
內地同澳門都使得，點知15萬種方法當錢使。
想贏啊！喂，
揸住加分 dollars 去邊都贏啦！
簽賬再賺高達2800蚊加分 dollars 㗎。
恒生加分 dollars， 點知15萬種方法當錢使，識得使，人人都贏在使錢前。借定唔借，還得到先好借。
咦，不如我哋搞個新組合。
個頭好有痕，好想拗啊！出咗招啦！個頭又痕又笠，唔一定要頭轉咁誇張嘅。我最近就發現咗呢支 Head and Shoulder 水油平衡洗頭水真係好勁，入面除咗有醫美成分水楊酸，用完即刻減少頭油產生。重點係呢支洗頭水仲有蓬鬆嘅作用。以前出完街個頭一定笠到爆炸，依家出完成日街個頭依然 keep 住咁乾爽。如果頭髮又乾又分叉，仲可以試下佢哋嘅補水舒緩型洗頭水，邊洗頭邊幫頭髮補充水分。無論你個頭係極易出油，定係想擁有健康柔順嘅頭髮，都可以試下呢支 Head and Shoulder 新出嘅水油平衡洗頭水。
Now, when this whole switching from major to minor gets a bit tricky, is when the song in question, the song we're trying to switch, isn't strictly in just the major or minor key, but instead is sort of straddling the space between the two keys. For example, Creep by Radiohead is basically in the key of G major. However, 2 out of 4 of the chords in the progression don't strictly belong in the key of G major. If Creep was 100% in the key of G major, it would sound like this.
When you were before, can look you in the eye, You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry.
So that's Creep if it was 100% in the major key. What if Creep was in the minor key?
When you were here before, could look you in the eye. You're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry.
The G major, the 1 chord, gets swapped for the G minor chord. The B major is a pretty tricky chord to switch because in its original context, in the original song, the B major chord is what's called a secondary dominant. Without going into too much detail, that means it's a chord that doesn't strictly belong in the key of G major. So switching it into the key of G minor is actually quite fiddly. In the original context, it's acting as the dominant chord, the 5 chord of the 6th chord of the key, E minor. So it's got that dominant function to it. So I think the best choice is to go with a D major chord here, which is the dominant chord of our new key of G minor. And crucially, the D major chord will support the F sharp we have in the melody, because the chord of D major contains an F sharp. Now in the original song, we'd have a C major here, so I've swapped that for a C minor. And in the original song, the 4th chord here is actually already a C minor. So what I've decided to do here is actually not maintain that C minor, but swap it for a similar chord, A minor 7 flat 5, which may not sound like a similar chord to C minor, but actually if you look at the notes, an A minor 7 flat 5 is literally just a C minor chord with an A in the bass. And the reason I've chosen to do this is because if I just had C minor for both this position and this position, we'd have a different harmonic rhythm than the original song. The chord would be changing in different places than the original, which would further remove us from the sort of spirit and sound of the original song. And for a bit of flair, I've decided to end with this D chord, which wraps the whole thing up nicely when we resolve back to G minor.
Thank you。我喺度諗，成日都用咗咁多時間去做嘢，其實冇時間管理自己嘅健康喎。
我仲有幾個細路，而家仲要擔心埋佢哋未來條路添。
Prepare yourself for 19 of the most tragic, toxic tech fails of all time. From straight up bad ideas to some of the most malignant, harmful products to have ever existed.
Number 1 is an absolute travesty. So number 19, you know how for the last 60 years, the key input device to your computer has been the mouse, right? Well, in the year 2000, someone had the very bright idea to also make a cat to go along with it. This is the QCat. It was made to be able to quickly scan codes within newspapers and magazines, and then, because it's connected to your computer, directly open up a web page in your browser to learn more. Think QR code. It was a very easy sell to companies because, you know, their newspaper ads would be more likely to drive sales if people were scanning them. And for consumers, well, I mean, everyone has a mouse. Of course, they're gonna want a cat, right? That's what I thought too before this one. Fudge. Are you proud of yourself? The problem was that the QCat completely misunderstood readers. Like, what kind of person is going to open up their newspaper in the morning, but then think, oh, wait, no, I might want to get more info about the ads today. I'd better take this up to the study and sit 10 centimeters from my computer to read. So, I'll give the QCat a 2 out of 10 on the fail scale. Why do the mice always win? Number 18. So, you know when companies launch smartphones, it's not uncommon for there to be a flood of people complaining that it didn't have this feature or it didn't have that feature. Well, the ZTE Hawkeye is what happens when a company listens a little too much to this feedback. In January 2016, ZTE announced that they were going to build a phone based on what their users wanted. It might sound like a great idea, but they would soon come to realize that while their fans were voting for features that they wanted to see, those weren't necessarily the same features that they'd actually want to buy. And based on the most upvoted comments, what ZTE ended up with was an eye-tracking operated, self-adhesive smartphone. Or in other words, a device that you could operate completely through micro-eye movements, and one that you'd be able to stick to any surface you wanted thanks to a special rubberized material on the back. Problem was, how on earth do you follow through on that? ZTE had committed to building this eye-tracking tech before they actually knew how to do it. This adhesive backing was not actually for the phone itself, because if your phone is sticky all the time, it's gonna stick to things that you don't want it to stick to. So they applied the grippiness to the phone's case instead of the phone itself. And just to be able to cram all these wacky features in while keeping the price affordable, the actual specs of the phone sucked. It's a good example of how sometimes consumers don't know what they want. Hey, so Nike's a pretty cool company, right? Great shoes, cool tops, impressive tech. I mean, this is the company who came out with those self-lacing trainers a few years ago. But Nike's Magneto was not their coolest idea. The company was looking at athletes at the time, and they couldn't help but feel like these highly optimized, almost superhuman beings were being burdened by bulky, cumbersome glasses and headwear. And so their answer was sunglasses without temples, the bits that go over your ears. How do they stay in place, you might ask? Well, by gluing magnets to your face so that the glasses can snap to them. Obviously the much better solution, because it's fair to say they had no idea. I risk my case? Okay, point is, 3 out of 10 fail. Okay, welcome to a very unfortunate case study on the importance of naming. All the way back in the 1930s, one of the big companies on the rise was called AIDS. You can probably see where I'm going with this. This company had apparently developed a technologically miraculous candy that you could eat and it would fill you up to the point where you wouldn't have to have a proper meal and would therefore lose weight. And I mean, the concept of eating to lose weight is kind of everyone's dream. Milo would be a very thin cat, wouldn't you? Wait. You just ate that. So, when you combine that with some very loose advertising standards back in the day, how the papers were filled with AIDS ads, how it was being recommended by movie stars without conclusive research, this brand was understandably, and ironically, ballooning. Until 1981, where medical officers at the Center for Disease Control decided to name the breakout deadly immune system infection that was spiraling out of control at the time, AIDS. It did make the candy company viral, just not the good kind. It gave a whole new meaning to these ads, that's for sure.
Why take diet pills when you can enjoy A?
Hello， 大家好，歡迎翻兩個 channel。話咁快咧就到11月嘅尾聲啦。11月除咗係我嘅生日月份之外咧，其實我今個月都真係幾忙，執咗好多間屋啦，有啲拍攝進行中啦。通常年尾又可能有啲 project 要趕下 timeline 啊，就都真係幾忙。咁大家都知我係一個 slasher 嚟噶嘛，唱歌、拍片、舞台劇、執屋真係咩都有份參與。所以我平時工作用嘅嘢咧一定要便捷同埋多功能。今日就想同大家分享一個我最近用過非常之好用嘅平板電腦啊！得係咪好靚呢？就係呢部全新登場嘅華為 MatePad 12X 啦。佢唔單止係一部平板咁簡單，而係一部可以媲美 laptop 嘅 PC 級生產力裝置。無論係工作、學習、創作定係娛樂，都係一部可以搞掂晒。首先講下佢嘅外形設計，真係好吸睛啊！全金屬一體成型機身，配合幻彩珠光塗層，好有質感，唔似一般平板咁單調。最緊要係佢夠輕夠薄，淨係重555G， 厚度得5.9mm， 拎出街開會、去 cafe 做嘢都超級方便，放入手袋都唔覺得重。佢個 Paper Matte 柔光屏我都好中意，睇片、睇相、畫畫都好清楚，抗眩光之餘，而且仲抗反光，就算喺戶外或者光猛嘅環境都睇得好舒服，仲攞到護眼認證，長時間用都唔會覺得眼攰。呢點對於我嚟講真係好緊要，因為我剪片咧成日對住部機咧真係會好攰嘅。講到工作效率，佢免費預載咗 PC 級 WPS Office， 有齊電腦嘅 Word、Excel、PPT， 界面操作好簡單，完全唔使點學咧就輕易上手啦。基本上就同 laptop 電腦幾乎一樣，我用佢開會、寫稿、覆 message 全部都好順，配合埋智能磁吸鍵盤，打字手感好實在。我仲可以用滑鼠操作，真係一部平板就可以做晒 laptop 嘅嘢。加上你知啦，剪片好多時候都有少少 graphic thumbnail 嘅，咁所以係要自己畫下嘢。呢部平板免費預載咗高清專業畫畫 app， 仲支援 過萬級壓感嘅全新華為 M Pencil Pro， 配合埋 Paper Matte 柔光屏質感寫繪，寫字好自然，畫畫有唔同筆刷可以揀，仲可以加貼紙轉顏色，就好似我呢啲唔係專業嘅畫家都可以畫得好靚，新手都可以輕鬆上手啊！另外佢仲有好多貼心嘅功能，例如可以一邊錄音一邊寫 note， 之後重播翻都可以睇得翻你寫咗啲乜嘢。有時你拍片收 brief 或者你上堂都唔怕錯嗰啲重點。總括嚟講，呢一部 MatePad 12X 真係非常之啱我呢啲成日要 multitask 嘅人。你睇佢又靚又輕，功能齊全，無論係工作定休閒都真係好啱用。如果你想揾部平板代替 laptop 又唔想太複雜嘅話，呢部真係值得試下。
一个关键跳跃，连放置战斗都能翻转局势。把握跳跃时机，决胜 BOSS 战。层层途径，轻脚怪物。提示：如果想追求轻松体验，也可以自动挂机，解放你的双手。
Out of 10 fail. There's no treatment for that. Okay, let's set this up another level, ever closer to the 10 out of 10 nightmare that is number 1. You might know this already, but I'm a big fan of IKEA. And actually, if you watched my videos right at the very beginning, you might know that I built this channel up by filming on an IKEA table. For a simple reason, they have a killer business model. Instead of selling pre-built furniture, IKEA instead sells customers the parts to be able to build that furniture themselves. This is what allows IKEA to make their products quicker. It saves them costs from assembly and shipping. Plus, it just means that when people build their own furniture, they grow that little bit attached to it. Kind of like Lego. Like if Lego just sold the finished sets without you needing to assemble them, I don't think anyone would care. However, in the mid-80s, IKEA suddenly had an idea. A way to take this philosophy to the absolute extreme. A sofa that you can blow up yourself using a hairdryer. It would be the easiest possible thing to assemble, and given how big sofas usually are, the ability to be able to send one in a form factor barely larger than a pizza box would save IKEA so much money versus their competitors. The slight issue, though, was that IKEA forgot the simple fact that hairdryers blow out hot air, and that plastic melts. See where I'm going with this? But even if you did manage to blow one up, these sofas weren't completely airtight, which led to a sinking feeling, and the fact that they were so unbelievably light meant that every time you sat down, they would move. So in the end, less of a stroke of genius, more just hot air. 4 out of 10. And on a similar note of overlooking a simple but very important fact, Nintendo. Now, Nintendo is a company not afraid to experiment, and the Power Glove was possibly the most extreme example of that. This thing was straight out of science fiction. It turned your hand into the controller. And if that sounds familiar, that's because this technology was actually what formed the basis of what eventually became the Nintendo Wii. And we can't say that the tech wasn't clever. Essentially, this glove has an ultrasound speaker inside of it, which can fire out a sound wave. You mount 3 separate receivers all around your TV, and then each one of those receivers would record how long the sound wave from the glove took to get to them, which then allows the calculation of the glove's position in the 3 axes of motion. If all 3 receivers record the same time, for example, then they know the glove is in the middle. People were absolutely blown away seeing their hands projected inside of these games, and initial sales were through the roof. But the company forgot about one quite important facet. To be fun. I think they got so caught up in the logistics, making sure all old Nintendo games worked with it, and just getting all the tech into an affordable package that no one stopped to ask the question of, is holding your hand out for 2 hours at a time actually enjoyable? And is it actually a better form of input for 99% of games? To both questions, no. And so people quite quickly lost interest, and the Nintendo Power Glove was buried in the cupboard. 4 out of 10. Okay, you've heard of ESPN, right? The sports broadcasting company. Well, in 2006, they decided to build their own phone that would excel at keeping you up to date with sports. They built new features like push notifications for when a goal was scored, which laid the foundations of ESPN's future smartphone app. But the phone itself was, not a home run. For starters, they priced the unit itself at $300. Yeah, this, $300. But the worst bit is that they then charge people up to $220 a month to actually get new features. $220 per month. Who do they think the target consumer is here? Like, the Queen? Needless to say, very few people signed up. 5 out of 10 failed. And something I thought was quite funny is that the first time Steve Jobs heard about this phone, he said directly to the president of ESPN, "Your phone is the dumbest effing idea I've ever heard." Kind of sounds like a toxic relationship. You know what else we don't need a phone to do? Smoke. No, really, just a few years ago, the e-cigarette company known as Vaporcade actually came out with a legit smartphone that you could puff. It had dual batteries inside, and if you decided one time that you didn't want to use the vape, both could be put towards just using the phone. And there was even an app built into it that could tell you what flavor was loaded up and how much was left. They were actually pitching themselves as a way to get off smoking. Like the app would alert you when you'd had more puffs than you smoked. I kind of see the intention, but surely anyone who would possibly consider buying this would already have a cigarette they liked, with far more flavor options, and probably also a decent working phone. The lesson is, when you try to make a product, there's two things at once. Most of the time, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because you're not going to be the best at either, and so you're limiting your reach to really people who are specifically searching for both. 5 out of 10. What were they smoking? Okay, just before we get to the truly toxic fails, here's a social media platform that had it all. Yik Yak, and it's a really intriguing concept. Basically, you're completely anonymous, no username, no profile picture, and anything you post is visible to anyone in a 5-mile radius of you. So, you might have seen this coming. This app spread like wildfire at universities. I used to be on it too. Students would use Yik Yak like a running commentary on local life, posting things like, "Am I the only one who's falling asleep in this lecture?" Or that awkward moment when you lock eyes with someone in the canteen toilets. The fact that it was local content only made it super engaging because almost everything you see was relevant to you. And this made the app contagious, prolific. At its peak, Yik Yak was even ranked above Facebook in downloads. However, the app's biggest strength, the anonymity, was also its downfall. Because when no one knows who you are, people become the most extreme versions of themselves. The app started evolving from light-hearted jokes to just try and get the most upvotes, slightly creepy. I actually remember one time I was sitting in a lecture, and I remember reading a post that said something like, "That boy in red is looking saucy today." I was wearing red. See where they were coming from. I'm kidding. But no, seriously, I remember spending the whole rest of that lecture just looking around the crowd, trying to figure out who posted this, if they were actually talking about me, if it was someone who actually liked me, or if it was just my friends trolling me. On an anonymous platform, you've got no idea. People started using Yik Yak for hate speech, racism, and bullying, and you can see how, as well as being a super engaging form of social media, it also has all the ingredients for a terrifying, venomous platform. So then, it started getting banned. And with its now hampered image, it's tough to recover. But now we're in the top 10. We're talking serious, even dangerously big fails. So, when you think of electric cars right now, there's a pretty good chance that you think of Tesla. But in some alternate timeline, we may well have instead been talking about Elio Motors. This company started in 2009 with a very similar goal to Tesla, reduce emissions from cars. But they had a really different way of going about it. They realized that the number of people driving 5-seater cars with just 1 or 2 people in them was going up. And so instead of pivoting all the way to electric, which 10 years ago was seen as a bit of a gimmick, they instead decided to make normal petrol cars, but with just 2 seats and 3 wheels. Now, that probably sounds like a pretty dumb idea, but it becomes a lot more enticing when you realize that it would be half the price to buy, and because it was so much lighter, could be twice as fuel efficient, saving you even more in the long run. The issue seems to be simply the fact that making cars is hard. The sheer amount of money that you need to kickstart the manufacturing process just makes cars arguably the single toughest market for newcomers to enter. But without clear communication with their customers, over the years, Elio Motors has started to turn from the underdog company everyone was rooting for, or were a little concerned with, to, well, 65,000 pre-orders and not delivered a single car. They've revised their delivery dates so many times, they've lost count, and they've stopped replying to a lot of their customers. Given that people have been waiting for almost a decade for their deliveries now, it's safe to say, I don't think they're getting them. 6 out of 10 fail. Now, I don't think I've ever wanted a product more than I wanted the Scribble Pen. A pen which, using a colour sensor on the back, can scan anything you see, with then a specialised barrel that can mix various different inks to allow you to draw in that exact colour you scanned. Tell me that's not the coolest thing you've ever heard of. I mean, clearly people thought so. Literally, this 50-second clip racked up over 7 million views. And the product's Kickstarter campaign passed its funding goal in just, get this, 24 hours. But then, a Redditor noticed something. That in one frame of this trailer, the ink that you see suspicious. Why would that be? The only explanation that makes sense to me is that the pen in the video was just a prop, and all these drawings that we've seen were actually done with an editing program afterwards. And as the years went on, it became more and more clear that this company had made a promise to people before knowing how to follow through on it. It's been 10 years since that initial reveal, and still no retail-ready product. Just a load of shady, no-face-shown product unboxings of a product that looks nothing like the original. But of course, you've been able to pre-order it this entire time with your money being taken up front. This company is the definition of toxic marketing. 6 out of 10. And in a similar vein of failed crowdfunding projects, anyone here shave? If you do, you're doing it wrong. Or at least you are according to the Laser Razor Company. In 2015, this group of people released a video saying, shaving as we know it is far from perfect. It talks about how normal shaving is a disaster because of how it causes redness and razor burn. So, they built their own razor. It has a thin fibre stretched across it, and a laser that travels down the length of that fibre, in such a way that when this fibre comes into contact with the hair, the energy is transferred from that laser to the hair to burn it off. They sold it to us like it was a piece of science fiction, but they conveniently missed out the one important detail that their current best prototype could only burn off 1 hair at a time. I just can't. I don't even have words. Razor raised over $4 million in funding, but was then cancelled when enough backers started calling it a scam. 6 out of 10. While I don't think there were malicious intentions here, this was a tremendously bad product that get into a stage where even though one quiz might have had a $100,000 prize pool, the amount of players who ended up winning, each one might have only ended up taking home like $2. So the sheer stakes that the app initially had started to lose their appeal. And the app actually hosted one final quiz with two hosts who were both completely drunk, who started swearing at the crowd, only then to reveal partway through that the total prize money for that quiz was just $5 because they'd run out of cash. $5 split between the 500 winners was 1 cent each. What a way to go. 6 out of 10, just because of how fast this went from phenomenon to bankrupt. Twitch, right? The game live streaming platform that's absolutely flying right now. But how much do you know about Mixer, Microsoft's answer to Twitch? Microsoft correctly predicted that gaming was a huge and growing market. And so their whole idea was to basically make something that was just like Twitch, but with higher quality streaming. The thing is though, it is really, really hard to get audiences to shift social media platforms. Microsoft overlooked the fact that viewers aren't just there for the content. Each platform has its own communities, a sense of belonging, and really its own language. So no one joined Mixer, and when Microsoft realized that organically building their own audience was really tough, they tried to buy one. In 2019, they announced a deal that I think it's fair to say shook the gaming world. They basically paid two of the biggest streamers on Twitch, Shroud and Ninja, an obscene amount of money. We're talking $10 million, $30 million to quit Twitch and now post exclusively on Mixer. But even though this brought some new users, it was far from enough to start a new trend. Mixer died. But the funny part of it is that these streamers that they paid piles of cash to got to keep the money and were then free to go back to Twitch again. 6 out of 10. What a mess. Oh, but Microsoft is actually really good at fails. Must be contagious. Because they've also secured a place in the top 5 with Skype. Okay, so you know pretty much everyone now, when they want to video conference someone, school classes, university lectures, work meetings, we use Zoom, right? Well, did you ever wonder what happened to Skype? I remember the year 2011 when Skype was king. They were so far ahead that their name was almost synonymous with the term video call. It was literally a verb. But then they got bought by Microsoft, who, long story short, got very complacent. They knew Skype was ahead in the calling experience, but instead of reinvesting to keep it ahead, they instead spent all their efforts bedazzling the rest of the app, bloating it with updates and features that no one really wanted, and slowly but surely allowing the competitors to overtake them in what mattered: video quality. They missed the fact that people didn't want to use Skype as a social media platform. They just wanted to send a link to someone, be able to have a clean, uninterrupted video call, and then move on with their life. And Zoom just did this way better. And so over the years, Zoom's market share has been trickling up, while Skype's trickling down. But as soon as the pandemic hit, this trend was catalyzed to the extreme. All of a sudden you had floods of people searching or asking their friends, what's the best conferencing app? Only to hear Zoom, and then proceeding to download it. Within a few short weeks, Zoom zoomed ahead from 100,000 downloads a day to 3 million. And I think this sudden surge has been enough to cement Zoom as the default and bury Skype as a legacy platform. Given that Microsoft paid $8.5 billion for Skype, and they scuppered the entire thing within a decade, this is an enormous failing, worthy of a 7 out of 10. Now, this number 4, I was not expecting to put this high up on the list. On the face of it, it's just yet another run-of-the-mill failure. But the more I've looked into it, the more I am genuinely in shock at how this happened. Picture this. It's 2009. We've just had the iPhone 3GS. Early Androids are starting to emerge, and smartphones are just starting to lift off. So, a company called Peak, who'd previously seen success with a device that only ran emails, decides to release a $200 handheld device that only ran Twitter. Not a smartphone. Let's be very clear about that. This did one thing, and it did that one thing poorly. You'd see all your tweets organized in a list, but in this list, you could only read the first 3 or 4 words of each tweet. Any linked websites to the off Twitter were practically inaccessible. It was incredibly slow, but even more tragic than that, it could only ever keep the 10 most recent tweets on it at any time. If you had more than that, which, let's be honest, someone buying a dedicated Twitter handheld probably would, you had to use your PC, or you would lose them. I mean, this fail isn't putting anyone at risk. No one's losing billions of dollars, but I'm giving it a 7 out of 10 because of how unbelievably stupid it is. Gizmodo labeled it so dumb it makes my brain hurt. TechCrunch said they were sure this will be relegated in the dustbin of history. I couldn't agree more. Okay, 3. You know, if you ask most people what Apple's biggest mistake was, they'd probably say, oh, Apple Maps, or the Mac Pro that looked like a trash can, or those socks they tried to sell people to keep their iPods in. But actually, I think Apple's biggest, most alarming and dangerous fail was the FaceTime bug in 2019. If you started a FaceTime call with someone and used a really easy loophole to make it a group call by just adding your own number into it, this would trick Apple into thinking the other person had answered the call. Just to be very clear, without their permission, with just a phone number, you'd be able to hear and see what someone else's phone was seeing and hearing. A window into your mind. That is like a proper top-tier security risk. Good reminder, though, of how much trust we are putting into these companies. 8 out of 10 on the fail scale. Okay, at this point, you've probably heard of cryptocurrencies. Basically, virtual money. And in this new world, you have legitimate cryptocurrencies that are founded on strong, watertight principles, and you also have scam cryptocurrencies, created by people to fool others into investing in them. And we've just seen one of the worst ones ever. The Squid Game. Yeah, the Netflix show. If you haven't watched it, you'll at least have heard about it. This show broke so many records that Netflix actually decided to change their entire metrics for measuring viewership. And for a few weeks, it felt like the entire world was just riding this wave of Squid Game everything. People made Squid Game-themed videos. They ate Squid Game-themed food. Squid Game-themed parties. Well, hey, that's one party that I'm glad I wasn't invited to. But also invested in a Squid Game-themed cryptocurrency. Now, this was not official, it wasn't created by Netflix, but the people who made it did make it seem legit. The starting price was 1 cent per coin, and almost immediately, people piled on, all rushing in and buying, expecting the value to go up so they could sell and make a quick buck. And sure enough, within a few days, it flew, all the way to $30 a coin, and within a week, managed to hit an all-time high of $2,800. To put this another way, if I'd spent just $50 on Squid Coin at the start, I'd have turned that 50 into 14 million. But then people realized something, that unlike with most cryptos, where you can buy and sell freely, if you wanted to convert your Squid Coin back to dollars, you had to play a game. And the game didn't exist. The developers had promised that they were working on it, but it very quickly became apparent that they weren't. And you've probably never seen anything like the fallout that came after this. Within 5 minutes of the scam being outed, 5 minutes, Squid Coin dropped from $2,800 to $0.00079. Or in other words, your sweet $14 million would become less than $4. It wasn't really a failure on the developers' end. They walked away with full pockets, and still, no one knows who they are thanks to the anonymity of crypto. But for the overeager investors who didn't do their research, they lost everything. A huge 9 out of 10 fail. But still not on the scale of number 1. And just before number 1, do remember that if your favorite fail isn't on this list, I do have a whole series of tech fails. I will link them after this one. Okay. We all love a revolution, don't we? When someone comes and says that they're going to completely redefine something, it's an easy thing to root for. Well, this is exactly what Dr. Ruja Ignatova capitalized on. She was a strong promoter of cryptocurrencies and how they take power away from the banks and give them to the people. But she felt like the current leading crypto, Bitcoin, just wasn't quite right. So, came up with one coin. Bigger, better, and easier to use. A revolution. She basically took the things that Bitcoin does, exaggerated them, and then made those the features of OneCoin. For example, Bitcoin payments take 10 minutes to arrive. OneCoin would take just 1 minute. And She seemed legit. She studied at Oxford, she had a PhD, a successful career, she was on the front page of Forbes. The Trustpilot reviews for OneCoin were overwhelmingly positive. People didn't have a reason to not believe her. So, money started pouring in. And I don't mean a few million, $15 billion worth of cash was invested by people all around the world. She got everyone from the richest to the poorest people investing in OneCoin. People sold their farms and their houses so they could be a part of it, and then she disappeared. One day in 2017, she was meant to be on stage speaking in Lisbon, and she just didn't show up. No one has seen her since. Because it turns out that OneCoin was actually a pyramid scheme. Ruja and the people she'd hired would travel around the world, brainwashing people into putting their cash into her currency, and then convincing them to get others on board. They created a system such that if an investor could get another investor on board, they would get a commission on that. And likewise, if that new investor could then get another investor on board, they'd get a commission too. So, OneCoin had an almost cult-like following. Everyone who was in it had a very strong incentive to make sure it succeeded. The slight complication being that OneCoin was not actually a proper cryptocurrency. Ruja said that the reason it was better than Bitcoin was because it was based on its own unique blockchain technology. Except, what that actually meant was, it wasn't blockchain at all. It's like me saying, oh, this iPhone costs $100, and that's because it's running on my own version of iOS, which isn't actually iOS. And as a result, you couldn't actually use OneCoin to buy anything. And this is presumably why Ruja disappeared. She knew that it would catch up to her eventually, and so she vanished before it did. What I think is really interesting about this case is that if you knew what you were looking for, the red flags were all there from the start. Her being on the front page of Forbes was actually fabricated to give her more credibility. The website was rife with grammatical errors, even in one instance spelling cryptocurrency with an I. All those Trustpilot reviews OneCoin had, they'd all been left in one single month. Fake reviews. People lost everything. This was a horrific fail on a scale that crypto had never seen before, and I hope we'll never see again. 10 out of 10. Things I do for these videos. To check out the last Nightmare Tech Fails, that video is here. Or to see some of the biggest tech that you've ever seen in your entire life, that video is here. My name is Aaron, this is Mr. Who's the Boss. I'll catch you in the next one.
The iPhone 20 just leaked, so here's everything we know. The first obvious difference is the new design, where the screen wraps around the edges, making a completely bezel-less phone. There's also going to be no dynamic island or visible front-facing camera, because they're actually going to put it under the display, like some Android phones now.
TV7
solid-state battery that would last for 3 to 4 days on a single charge, and it wouldn't degrade as much over time. For the cameras, it'll have this new design that looks something like a Pixel and a 200-megapixel sensor that could unlock some zoom capabilities. To power this phone, of course, Apple will use their newest processor and a new type of RAM to help with AI tasks. You might be asking how we're getting leaks for a phone that's coming out in 2027. That's definitely a good question that I don't know the answer to. iPhone 20 just leaked, so here's everything we know. The first obvious difference is the new design, where the screen wraps around the edge.
If I sold this fake iPhone 15 Pro Max to EcoATM, how much money would it give me? And would it give me anything for a dummy phone that does absolutely nothing? Let's find out. There are no EcoATMs in Canada, so we went on a road trip down to the United States of America. I went straight to the nearest Walmart there, and there was this. Ignoring that, we walked inside and, well, we found the EcoATM. The first one we checked out was the fake iPhone 15 Pro Max. We plugged it into the machine and... what the hell? It thinks it's a 13 Pro that doesn't power on, and, well, it offered us $70. That's insane. This thing's so dumb, but will it be dumb enough to pay us for a dummy phone? We gave it the dummy phone, and, well, it knew it was fake, and it also offered us $1. That's actually not too bad. If I sold this fake iPhone 15...
Dang it. Come on, sugars. Lock in. I love you. Thank you for the heart, me. Thank you so much, bro.
What did I do?
Lock in, sugars.
Sugars is nerfing you.
What? Oh my god! 49 seconds? Dang it. Come on, Sugars. Lock in.
Watch what happens when I play this pedal. Hammers closer to the strings have less distance to build up speed. Take a listen before and after. This pedal silences upper harmonics via use of a felt strip.
These are days that never actually happened. So 11 days in September 1752 never happened because Britain switched from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, and in order to sync up the timelines, they deleted September 2nd to September 14th, meaning the month looked like this. While February 29th happens every 4 years, February 30th has never happened, besides one time in Sweden when they were also adjusting to the Gregorian calendar, but they took a different approach and added 2 leap days in 1712, making it the rarest day in history. France technically lost 13 years at the end of the 1700s when they implemented the Republican calendar, which included 10-day-long weeks and standardized 30-day months. Therefore, years 1793 to 1806 were not recorded standardly. From 1929 to 1940, the Soviet Union had no weekends because of Stalin's 5-day continuous work week and the 6-day week, which restructured the Sunday to Sunday concept that the rest of the world was on. Ethiopia is currently in the year 2018 since its calendar has an extra month, putting it about 8 years behind the rest of the world. And finally, parts of Kiribati never experienced December 31st, 1994 because of a dateline change that threw certain time zones a full day forward, meaning no New Year's Eve for these unfortunate civilians living there. Pretty cool, right?
Time's up, Paper. I'm gonna shred you, but Christmas style.
Huh?
Step 1, we need a square piece of paper.
Square? Where is it?
I'm going to be doing a launch control.
What is the longest name in the world? Well, the longest non-hyphenated name that more than 1 million people in the world have is actually Christopher at 11 letters, but the longest given full name of anybody belongs to a Hawaiian person named Janice Kehana Ikuio Gakakio Liea Kaha Ona Ele, which is 42 letters. Hawaii actually had to update their ID system because of this. Well, that's technically the longest name given at birth. Some people have changed their names to be even longer, like a man named Hubert Wolfeschleigel, whose full name officially recognized in U.S. court documents at 746 letters is Adolph Blaine Charles David Earl Frederick Gerald Hubert, and then 8 more alphabetical given names, followed by a multi-hundred-letter German compound name. But even that falls short of the longest claimed name ever that wasn't officially recognized but still used regularly, and that belongs to a German man named Captain Leone, whose name was over 1,000 letters long, looking something like Captain Leone Sextus Dennis Oswald Fradatafilius, followed by a 900-letter surname. That's just inconvenient. What is the longest name?
Imagine you boot on your Xbox, and then it turns off after a few seconds. That's the problem that this guy's having. There is fan spin and display output, but something else is wrong. We'll unscrew a few hidden screws, open it up, and that is your Xbox Series. What the hell? I have no idea what's going on in here, so we're just gonna start disconnecting and removing stuff to find out. Now we can remove the fan, disconnect these cables, and pry on the locking tab to remove the Frisbee. And this is it. So my first thought was to replace the power supply, and nothing changed. Then I tried to replace the thermal paste to avoid overheating, and same thing. This also won't boot in safe mode, which means the board is definitely the culprit. I'm gonna order another board, and we'll see if we can fix this in part 2. Imagine you boot on your Xbox and...
These are the YouTubers who sadly passed away due to cancer, starting with Grandma Linya, known for her hilarious cooking videos that brought joy to millions. But behind the scenes, she was secretly battling cancer, and sadly, she didn't make it. Her passing left the entire internet heartbroken.
Linya passed away on New Year's Day. You probably knew her as the fun-loving cooking grandma. Remember her as the woman who fought for cancer diagnosis for as long as she could.
Next up is Technoblade, the legendary Minecraft creator whose humor and gameplay inspired an entire generation. In 2022, he tragically passed away from cancer, and the Minecraft community was devastated by the loss of a true icon.
Hello everyone, Technoblade here. If you're watching this, I'm dead.
These are the YouTubers who sadly passed.
Did you know the world map is wrong? Yep, these are the real sizes of our countries. So why is our map so inaccurate? Well, a popular way to show this is by cutting a globe in half. It's impossible to flatten it without stretching and distortion. Like the map taught in America distorts size by stretching at the equator, while others distort shape and some even direction. But these distortions don't just change the layout, they can influence how we perceive the world. Subscribe for more.
Ranking the best strong win moments.
She was a fairy.
And right now, you can
No.
£50. I got this. In a second.
No.
Ranking.
First time seeing a folding laptop. Super thick. And you fold it like that as a normal laptop. So how do you type? I'm not gonna use the physical keyboard. You use all your 5 fingers. You put it on here. A little close-up shot. Magic happened. Oh, this is like a trackpad. What the fuck? First time seeing a folding laptop. Super thick. And you fold it like that as a normal laptop. So how do you type? I'm not gonna use the physical keyboard. You use all your 5 fingers. You put it on here. A little
How quickly can you find the color password?
I reckon 2 minutes I can do it. Alright, orange, red, blue, green. And I've got one of them in the right place. So I reckon I'm gonna try flipping the green and the blue. So I've got 2 correct now. Either the orange or the red are in the right place. So I will try keeping the orange and I'll flip the green and the red. Okay, now I have none correct. I'm just trying to work out what is the different variable. So by like process of elimination, I was able to figure out where they weren't, and I think I've determined it. Red, blue, green, and orange. Oh, brutal. You got me hyped up. 2 of them are in the right place. I've got red, I've got blue, then orange, then green. Righto, I've got none of them correct. This is an embarrassing effort. I'm just comparing what I've got now to the ones that have none.
Are any in the same place as your first guess?
2 are. Yeah, Mum, you're right. Alright, so I phoned a friend. The woman that birthed me has given me some advice. Blue, red, green, orange. Alright, Mum, that's the one. That's the one.
Bangalore traffic sucks. I don't think so. I'm going to be using public transport and I'm going to be using my electric scooter to see who reaches MG Road first, all the way from Whitefield. I ran like a madman to my scooter, and after preventing myself from getting caught by the cops, it finally was time to...
Meanwhile, I rushed to the nearest metro station, and after getting into the metro, there was literally no place to stand.
But then Bangalore traffic hit, and I could literally walk faster than my bike, and that's when I had to channel my inner Shivaji Nagar.
And after 35 minutes, I finally reached MG Road, and all I had to do was run across Church Street to reach Corner House.
So now pouring, bro. And because Bangalore traffic wasn't enough, Bangalore weather happened. But soon the rain stopped, and I finally reached. Just reached Corner House. I don't think Harshad is anywhere here. Let's go. Kathy. Oh my god. Loser.
Corner House for the loser.
One fool you gave me, Usha. I guess Bangalore traffic does suck. Let's go.
Here we go. I got this. I'm off the slide. Oh no! I got this.
Let's go.
I got this.
Let's go.
Check this out. If I type in 5 plus 5 on my phone, it tells me the answer is 6. If I do that exact same calculation on an actual calculator, 5 plus 5 divided by 5 tells me that it's 2. So how on earth is that possible, and which one of them is wrong? Well, when you use a more typical calculator like this, the operations are performed from left to right, regardless of what you're actually doing. So it will start with the first part of that sum, so it will do the 5 plus 5 to get you a 10, and then it will do the second part of that sum, which is divided by 5, so 10 divided by 5 gives you 2. Your phone calculator, though, instead follows the order of operations known as BODMAS, which basically means that all the divisions and the multiplications have to happen before all the additions and the subtractions. So when I do 5 plus 5 divided by 5, it's actually doing the 5 divided by 5 first, which gives you a 1, and then it's plussing the 5 onto that 1, which gives you the 6. And because BODMAS is generally considered to be the correct way of performing these calculations, in the battle of phone versus calculator, phone wins. Check this out. If I type in 5 plus 5 divided by 5 on my phone...
This is the musical highway. Your birth month is your new pet. January, icy crystal hair. He's so cute. February, okay, let's see. Sugar spun squirrel? Oh, he looks so cute. March, Mossy Toad. Okay, if you get a bad pet, like and subscribe to change your pet. April. Aww, blooming baby chick, and his feathers are so colorful. May, strawberry hedgehog. Okay, not bad. Let's see what June gets. Is this a mango? Mango gecko. Okay, not bad. Okay, July. Let's see. Ooh, is this a firework? Sparkle kitten? He's so...
What will happen if we install a big flywheel in the bicycle so that the bicycle continues to move even after stopping the pedals? Using this concept, the engineers installed a big flywheel in the bicycle, and then after that a clutch mechanism was attached to that flywheel so that the power of the flywheel can be transmitted to the wheels of the bicycle whenever we want. After this, a big gear was attached to the flywheel so that the flywheel can be controlled. The high speed of the bicycle could be converted into torque. Finally, the tire of the bicycle was connected to the flywheel with the help of a chain so that the whole mechanism could work perfectly. And when this bicycle was tested, then within a few minutes the flywheel got fully charged, even if it was for a while, but it started running. What will happen if we install a big flywheel in the bicycle so that...
You ever get lost in a store even though you've been there 100 times? Well, here's why that is. It's known as the Gruen transfer, and it's actually a psychological trick. Stores will often put their high-demand products in the back of the building, so you'll have to walk through several aisles to get there. And as you're attempting to get through this maze, you stumble across different items. This makes you lose track of what you came for, nudging you towards impulse purchases. You ever get lost in a store even though you've been there 100 times? Well,
Three, two, one, action! Nice. It's good. Now Drone Shadow. And... cheers! Perfect! I'm going to the kitchen now. Into the fire. Fire! Alright. Cross the fish.
What?
Fish.
Good.
Slice. Dish! Good job, Daiji. I see you running. You got this! Nice, nice, nice. Good, good.